Okay, colleagues, it's just after 4 o'clock. We'll get started right away. And today it is my absolute pleasure to welcome London Fog to sing the national anthem. London Fog is a male chorus who sing a cappella 4-part harmony in London and the surrounding area. Thanks so much for joining us. And please make your way up to the center here. And if we could all rise to sing the national anthem. If you could face out that way, we've got a few cameras pointed at you. Is this part of the act? Well, thank you so much to London Fog. And just before we move to our recognitions, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. I'll look to Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any other disclosures? Oh, okay.
Sorry for the confusion, Mr. Mayor, that I will be declaring a conflict on the 8th report of the Community Protective Services, item C1, as I'm the Executive Director of a social service agency that has contracts in that area.
And I will declare a pecuniary interest on communication and petition area. It's item 5. And it's related to the Integrity Commissioner report that we all had a chance to review earlier this week. Any others? I have Councillor Park and then Councillor Turner.
Thank you. In regards to the 11th report of the Planning and Environment Committee, at that meeting I disclosed a pecuniary conflict of interest with regard to the London plan. In further review of the Municipal Act, it seems that councillors are actually exempt from declaring conflict of interest there, so I will not be declaring that conflict this evening.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the 8th report of the Committee on Protective Services Committee, I'll declare conflict on item 17, as many of those licensing regimes involve my employer. As well, there's a correspondence from my employer as well with respect to the London plan.
And I'll also declare a conflict on C6 15 from the CSC. It's listed in the addeds under F. So any disclosures of pecuniary interest, we covered that. Added reports, I'll look to Clerk Saunders. If you could just list off what those added reports are. The microphone.
We have the audit report from the 16th report of Corporate Services Committee from today, the meeting that was earlier today. And as well, because of the timing of the committee meetings on Monday and Tuesday, in fact, all of the committee reports are audit reports because they occurred after the agenda deadline.
The Duke of Edinburgh International Bronze Award winner. And these bronze medals signify the hard work and the achievement of each recipient. And the award of the Bronze Duke of Edinburgh Award is presented to the participant who has demonstrated an ongoing and consistent commitment in service, skill, and physical recreation for more than 3 months. You must also complete an adventurous journey, you'll have to tell us about that, or expedition for the length of 2 days and 1 night. This award provides self-directed and personal development of the mind, body, and the soul. I'd like to welcome Jackson Dunlop and present him with the award. Welcome, Jackson.
Thanks.
Thank you. So, Jackson, I understand that you're 17 years old.
Yeah.
You attend Saunders Secondary School.
Next year.
You'll be attending Saunders next year. Okay. And you've helped out your community volunteering with Kinsman Club of London, St. John's Ambulance, the Robust Dragon Boat Team, and I'm sure a whole lot more. I had the pleasure to present the Robust with an acknowledgement a few months ago, so it's great that you're here today as well. And Jackson's adventure involved camping at the Pinery, and he became an active geocacher doing that. And I'm sure that was a lot of fun. My boys do that as well. I've been told that he's already working towards his silver award in the program. Congratulations, Jackson.
Thanks.
Yeah. Did you want to say a few words?
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just go over here. Now, London's featured community organization this week is the London Senior Games. And I'd like to welcome Michelle Lupa, the president, Kim Benke, a game convener, and Sandy Claude, a past secretary. Sandy's not here today. Okay, well, we'll have to have, we've got, is it Barry? Yeah. Okay, we'll put up with you, Barry. Welcome. Thanks for being here. The London Senior Games host many different types of sports, from bocce and golf to euchre and billiards. All of these events are held in venues throughout the city, and every year the winners and gold medal winners participate in provincial senior 55-plus events. Thanks so much for being so active in our community and for creating such dynamic and active sports for seniors here in the Forest City. Thanks for being here. Would you like to say a few words? Come on over to the microphone.
When you guys get to be 55, don't forget us.
Come on over to the microphone so people can hear you at home as well.
Oh, home? When you guys get to be 55, you can play around like us in all these different venues and events. Thank you.
Okay, I know we've got a certificate here right on the podium for you, and if we could go over here and pose for a picture as well. Yep. Just right over here. Okay, do you want to take a picture? Okay. If you want to come right here in the center. Okay, that's perfect. All set. And finally, colleagues, I'd like to present Faye Males with the Senior of the Year Award. We'll just wait for Faye to come out. This is not Faye. So let me introduce you to Faye Males. She's receiving the Senior of the Year Award. if you want to come on out and join me here at the podium. How are you? Come on, yep, come on out here and just join us right here at the podium. So Faye was chosen for this award by Age Friendly London through the Respect and Social Inclusion Working Group. The efforts of this group are to improve the recognition and acknowledgement of older adults in the community. Faye has been an active volunteer with the Alzheimer's Society of London and Middlesex since 2010, and she's volunteered with many programs and is usually the first to arrive and the last to leave. Faye takes the time at the beginning and end of each session to connect with each client's caregiver and let them know how their loved one fared in the program, helping them feel at ease. Thank you so much, Faye, for your many years of service, for making London a better place, and for taking care of so many people here in our community. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Faye is not going to say a few words. She's going to save her energy for volunteerism. And so we'll just pop over here and get a quick picture that we can share with you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. Thank you. Thanks so much. Just bear with me. Bear with me, colleagues. I'm just going to log in the system here quickly, and we can work our way through the agenda. Okay, colleagues, review of confidential matters to be considered in public. I don't believe there are any. And what we're going to do now is look for a motion to go in camera for the reasons outlined on the added agenda, and any additional ones. Yeah, we'll get you to you in just one moment, but do you have any additional items? Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I would like at this time to make a motion that Clause F of the motion for in-camera session be amended to read as follows. A matter pertaining to personal matters but identifiable individuals in labor relations and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, including advice from officers and employees of the corporation, and communications necessary for that purpose and for the purpose of providing direction and instruction to officers and employees of the corporation related to a potential request for inquiry by the Integrity Commissioner and the Integrity Commissioner's report dated June 21st, 2016.
Okay, and do you have a seconder for that motion? Okay. And we'll get your added afterwards, Clerk Saunders. Okay, so that's seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. That'll be up on screen momentarily. I'll remind you, colleagues, that I declared a conflict on this item, and so I'll be recusing myself from the vote. Any discussion while we're working our way through this? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I have no speakers, so let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries, 12 with 1 recused.
Okay, colleagues, if we could look for a motion that, we do have one added. The clerk will read that now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My error, there was a special corporate services committee meeting this afternoon, and there is one additional reason. A matter pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including communications necessary for that purpose, as it relates to the interviews for nomination to the Greater London International Airport Authority Board of Directors.
Okay, so all those items listed on the agenda plus that one added, as well as the amendment that we've just voted on. We'll wait for that to come up on screen. And for those watching at home, for those up in the gallery, we won't be in camera for any longer than 1 hour. If we have any additional matters that we need to deal with in camera, then we'll come back deal with the public business, work our way through the dinner break, and then return in camera at the end of the meeting. So it's about 20 after now, so we'll be back in public session at 20 after 5. Wait for that to come up on screen. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, second by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, colleagues, we're back in public session. It's now 5:30. We're going to go from now to about 6:30 for a dinner break. We'll work our way through the agenda. I'll look for confirmation and signing of the minutes of the 14th meeting held on June 14th, 2016. Councillor Usher? On the minutes? Okay, we'll get that to come up on screen, and then why don't you ask your question while we're doing that?
Item number 12 and 13 of the minutes. It doesn't say that the motion was passed, but it does say on 14, and I wonder if the motion being passed was for all three, 12, 13, and 14, because we did pass them together. Page 6, page 5 and 6 of the minutes. So I know that we did them all three together, but I just thought that each of them would say that the motion was passed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. At council, if a group are passed in one motion, the motion to pass and the vote is at the end of all of those clauses. In the standing committee reports, however, we show the votes after each motion, but in the council, we do it at the end of the bulk that was passed.
So my only concern that it didn't say that all three of them, that was my main concern.
We'll get you your answer, Councillor, but can you again repeat those three items?
Items number 12, 13, and 14 of the CSC report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you look at page 3 at the bottom, motion made by Councillor J. Morgan to approve clauses 1 to 14 inclusive. So the vote, we show 1 to 14, and then the vote is at the end of 14 because they were all passed in one motion.
Okay, excellent. This has been moved by Councillor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Turner. Any further discussion? There being none, I'm going to call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Pardon me, we have one, communications and petitions, 1 through 5. There's an amendment on 5, so let's deal with 1 through 4. All mainly part of the added. We're just referring them to specific areas in the agenda. That'll come up on screen. And Deputy Mayor Hubert, if you could just be prepared to make the adjustment to item 5 when we get there. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? 1 through 4. We're voting.
Councillor Hopkins? Closing the vote and the motion carries 12 with 1 recuse.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. On item number 5, there was an omission to the clause to which it should be referred. So could it be referred, please, to clause 6 of the 15th report of corporate services?
Okay, that language is going to come up on screen. Councillor Morgan.
So here we're referring the report of the Integrity Commissioner into a component of the Corporate Services Committee, which is really just an inquiry without any sort of motion attached to it. And so I'm not sure if it's appropriate for us to be referring the Integrity Commissioner report into a specific item and clause, which really might not have anything to do with the Integrity Commissioner report on its own. There are some relations between them, but this seems to be like it's a standalone item. It should be referred into its own place in the agenda to be dealt with separately. And then, if anything, Clause 6 could be referred into that spot. But I wouldn't want to link it to a clause that only sits there because a councillor wrote a communication to the committee. It seems like it should be its own item with its own place in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Well, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm okay with that. It was initially the thought that we could deal with those things kind of together because they had similar subject matters. So I'm okay with that. I'll look to the clerk to give some direction as to appropriateness because there is not another kind of in a quandary as to where to put it there,
Clerk
Councillor.
Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council may wish to consider whether to deal with it after you have received the in-camera report.
Okay, I'll amend the referral to upon conclusion of the in-camera session. Okay.
We'll get that change up on screen momentarily, and then we'll be able to move that and second it and deal with this. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Oh, you know what? Colleagues, I was momentarily distracted and I meant to recuse, so if I could ask for reconsideration, I'd like to do that vote again. And just, sorry about the delay. So I'd look for a motion for reconsideration. Seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert and Councillor Van Holst. We're voting on reconsideration. Voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
And on the main motion. Okay, it's up. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Pardon me? It's okay. I'm going to recuse when I vote. Yeah, but thank you very much. Okay. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12 with 1 recuse.
Great. Okay, thank you. And again, sorry about that. Moving through the agenda motions of which notice is given, Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Clerk's blocking me. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request a change of the orders of the agenda and move the motion of which notice is given to the end of the agenda to where there would be deferred matters and those sorts of issues.
Okay, so you're moving a change of order first, and then we'll move that. If there's a seconder, I'd look for a seconder, if any. Seconded by Councillor Usher. Okay, I got you, Councillor Salee. So this is on change of order. Okay, so this is specifically on change of order, so we'll get that to come up in a moment, and then we'll enter into debate. I'll start with Councillor Salee. Any other speakers? Yeah, Councillor Salee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm allowed to speak on this if it's a change of order request. I just want to make sure that's correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'm a little confused. From my understanding, my motion was supposed to be the next thing that came up, so I'm not sure if you can give me some sort of explanation as to why this is the case.
I can't give you an explanation outside of someone asking for a change of order, so I can ask the mover to speak to that, and I have Councillor Squire up next. Councillor Salee, this is council. You've got 5 minutes, and I'll ask the mover to provide a further explanation, but this isn't going to be a cross debate.
The reason I wanted to move it to the end because there's a number of other matters that we're dealing with tonight, and this came in after the fact and as a result of some of the things that have been going on in the city this week. And so I'd like to deal with all of the business that's on the agenda already, and then deal with this notice of which notice is given.
So I have point of order. Go ahead, Councillor Helmer.
So I just checked the procedure bylaw, and this motion's not debatable.
So I need to double check with the clerk. I was advised by the clerk that it was debatable, and so let's just get their opinion and then we'll move forward. Thank you. So I'm advised by the clerk it's 11:16, 11:16A, motion to postpone to a certain time, qualifications to be open to debate. Councillor, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm talking about motion to change the order,
Okay, which is,
not the motion to postpone. So
could you give me a sense of where that falls in the procedural bylaws? It's 7.7.5,
the one in front of me, it's a 7.5.
and that's on the web?
Council agenda just before commencement of meetings.
Okay. Okay, Councillor, both the clerk and deputy clerk are referring to the procedural bylaw. They say this is the most up-to-date bylaw. They're both indicating this is open to debate, so I'm going to allow debate. Okay. I have Councillor Ridley with a process question. Go ahead.
I think you were able to answer my question. My point of order, Mr. Chair, is that as the chair of the committee, you make a decision even though you're advised by the clerk, and therefore your decision to allow debate should stand.
Thank you very much for that. I like to make my decisions based on the procedural bylaw. I think it's very important to double check to make sure that the procedural bylaw is being followed. That was the intention. If a councillor comes to me and says that we're not following the procedural bylaw, then I'm going to hit pause and we're going to just make sure that we are. I think that's very important to do. Councillor Squire.
For the chair, this is a motion that was made on a timely basis. It is a standalone matter from my point of view. It's a matter that has merit on its own. It involves this council being involved in one of the most important infrastructure projects in the history of London. I've seconded the motion because of that, and I think it should be debated now. I don't favor putting it off till later in the evening as if it's not an important matter. It is an important matter that stands alone. So I ask my colleagues to leave this matter where it is. Let's deal with it now and make a decision.
Okay, I have no additional speakers. I'll allow you to sum up as the mover, if you like, Deputy Mayor Hubert, but we spent 15 minutes on whether we talk about this now or later, and it already is later. Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'm not going to speak any further. I'll just ask that we call the question.
Okay, so we are voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost, 4-9.
So I'll look to Councillor Salee as the mover of the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll be asking for leave pursuant to Section 11.3 of the Council Procedure Bylaw. Leave be given for the introduction of a notice of motion to consider the designation of members of Municipal Council to serve as elected representatives regarding the Rapid Transit Network Initiative.
Thanks, Councillor. That'll come up on screen. I imagine Councillor Squire, are you seconding that?
Yes, I will.
And I'll look to speakers. Let's start the speakers list. Did you want to introduce this, Councillor Salee? It's your motion.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought we had to vote on the leave first before I could introduce my motion.
Okay, voting on leave.
Councillor Turner? Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'm hoping to put forward a motion. Members of Municipal Council will be designated as the Municipal Council's elected representatives with respect to Rapid Transit Network Initiative. Part B would be immediate steps be taken to appoint the elected representatives identified in A, above by firstly seeking interested individuals, and by secondly taking the necessary steps to approve the designation of specific individuals to act as the Municipal Council's elected representatives for the Rapid Transit Initiative. And I look for a seconder. I believe I have Councillor Squire, and I have no interest in serving in this role.
Thank you, Councillor Salee. I'll start that speakers list. Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Squire. Anyone else?
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I'm okay. I can support this. The only thing is there an opportunity here to be more specific about how many people? And if there is, perhaps the mover and the seconder would accept a suggestion of 2 or 14. Your choice, 2 or 14. I'll leave it up to them to.
Okay, we'll circle back to that. I see a nod from Councillor Salee, so it looks like 2 members of council. Councillor Squire, I've got you up next. I have no additional speakers at this time.
I may be a little blunt, but that's I suppose the way it is. Since I've been on council, I served and tried to serve in as many areas related to transit as I could. I chose to serve on the London Transit Commission, have a good working relationship with the members of the Transit Commission. I chair the LTC working group, which meets on a regular basis. And I have to say, despite serving in those positions, I have been involved minimally in the Rapid Transit Initiative. Minimally. I understand from things I've heard recently that we're entering a new era where council is going to become more involved in matters, and the input and talents of council may be more welcome. And I think this is a good time to start this. I asked Councillor Morgan to second this because I do have an interest in serving on this. I follow this subject as one of the areas that I focus on as a council member. And I would appreciate the support of my colleagues to this motion and an opportunity to serve. I can assure you that I know and am familiar with all of the elected officials within the City of London, whether they be federal representatives or provincial representatives. I'm familiar with certain members of government at the who serve in other political parties, and I have the energy and the desire to do this. So not only do I think this is a good thing to do, to get council involved in this initiative, but I'll be looking to serve.
Thank you, Councillor Squire. I have Councillor Turner, Deputy Mayor Hubert, Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I kind of question the necessity for this. I recognize the desire to take this stance, but if I may, through you, Your Worship, to staff, I guess perhaps what efforts are required going forward from this point on with respect to liaison with other levels of government in advancing the rapid transit file?
Mr. Brahm.
Thank you, through His Worship. The role that's needed at this point in time is of course one of support from the political and to the political entities. While typically we would be pursuing the effort on a staff initiative basis, that is typically how we've solicited support in the past. So we have two parallel paths going, but there will be a continued need to have the correct political representation to promote the requirements in terms of funding.
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess there are the two arms to that. Having seen the considerable debate that we've had ongoing, that seemed to have been the thrust of the political component of it. At this point, it almost seemed that going forward, it would seem primarily administrative in the liaison. But I do recognize the need for continued political pursuit of the file. However, I do see the current mechanisms in place as adequate, and I think there are processes that evolve rather than through emergent motion.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Hopkins.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I do have one of my questions was answered, but my other question is, does this take away from council's involvement in rapid transit? I know there's a number of us on council that are very interested, and I have concerns that we may just be limiting ourselves to two representatives. So if that is the case, I would prefer, if our policies are adequate, leaving things the way they are. I think there's a number of us that are very, very interested. I can see, I have concerns about maybe just picking two, and maybe 4 or 5 of us want to sit on this almost like a committee. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Deputy Mayor Hubert and Councillor Usher. Any others?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's a couple pieces to this, and I appreciate my colleagues' interest and focus on this. However, the head of council is really responsible for that political advocacy work with elected officials. But all members of council are also have that opportunity. As we are talking with MPs and MPPs, we all have that responsibility and opportunity to raise the profile and the importance. My understanding is at this time that the business plan has gone forward and that members of administration are meeting. And in fact, Mr. Soldo's not here today because he's in Toronto going through that business plan with senior members of the administration in Toronto, or else he'd be here answering the questions and not leaving it to Mr. Brahm tonight. So, and so if council chooses to do that, I do think, and I agree with Councillor Hopkins, that it is redundant, and the head of council, the mayor, can pull in any one of us or any number of us at critical moments. And I would think Councillor Squire, Councillor Squire's involvement on LTC and Councillor Helmer's involvement on LTC is commendable, and they need to be utilized in that, just as other members are utilized on other files, and I think that's a commendable thing. I would also say that if council chooses to identify members of council, I would be very interested in assisting in that respect. And actually, what council is not aware is that I've already begun doing that over the last number of months. When the mayor was away, I met with Parliamentary Secretary Champagne, with Councillor Helmer. And then the next day I met with Minister Baines on this file. And there's some other conversations coming as early as tomorrow on this file as well on a broader basis. So I would just leave that with council. I think we all have this responsibility because it's probably our number one or number two priority. So I appreciate the sentiment of it, but that will be my view. And the mayor is continuing to lead council in that respect.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any others? Any other speakers? I've got Councillor Usher next, and Councillor Armstrong, I already have you down as speaking on this. It's council. I can't give you a second chance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good discussion to have, but I think that we have to be careful. There's nobody around the horseshoe who has more experience with this subject matter and this negotiation with respect to the provincial government over the past 10 years than I do. Because I've been with the subject matter since 2006, and there are several times when I was with the LTC and chair of the LTC, and we met with different people in the provincial government, mostly staff at the time, on a regular basis. So they are all familiar with what we need, and those are the people who are going to advise the politicians, if I may use that word, or the MPPs, or the ministers, as to what we need and what we want. I have dealt with this matter at the provincial level and the federal level. Through FCM, I've talked to many of the MPs about this. And I want to bring back a subject that we did about 10 years ago. It's called Help Clean Water. Because this is something almost like that when I look at it. I look at the rapid transit, but I look at the wider scope also of congestion, as the government likes to refer to it. But it's all to do with traffic. And London Transit play a part of that when it comes to this. And sometimes I hope that we are talking about that relatively global picture. But I really do think, Mr. Mayor, that the mayor and staff needs to head this. And I agree with my colleague that if at any time you need another person to come along, you are the person who should select. You could select any of us. And I hope that you would do that intermittently, that you don't just select one person all the time, because the rest of us will feel jilted. I mean, many of us in here have heard about rapid transit over the past 18 months so regularly that it's like rapid transit 401. I don't mean the highway. I mean the level of education that we've had. So I will stand against anyone who say it should be me. Because if that happens, then I will say it should be me, because I've got more experience than all of them when it comes to this specific subject and speaking to the appropriate individuals at Queen's Park and in Ottawa on this matter in the past. So I hope that we don't go this route right now. If it's needed in the future, I think that we could go there. And I think that we ought to just leave this to see where it will go. Let's hear back from staff with Mr. Soldo and so on. Let's hear back from you when you communicate with you as the mayor, communicate with them. And when you decide that you would like one of us to attend meetings, because sometimes it's helpful to have more than one person. And then you include us, because sometimes too many people is a crowd. And sometimes one staff and one politician is good enough. So I urge my colleagues to not approve this at this point in time. If we need it in the future, we can come back to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Usher. Any other speakers? Councillor Helmer and Van Holst.
Thank you very much. And what I like about this motion is that, we're trying to get more involvement and more work done by members of council on the most important thing we're working on in the city. And I think that that is a very laudable goal. I think it's important. I think one of the pieces looking back on what's happened since, say, November in 2015 is that a lot of the work was being done by the mayor. And I think that's appropriate, but it was a huge undertaking. And I think that parceling it out and trying to have more people helping is only going to assist. So I'm not totally convinced about how to do that. I think saying these are the specific people, it creates a bit of a problem in the sense that it's not like we're setting up a committee where there would be public meetings and reporting back to that committee. It's just designating people with, and it certainly doesn't take anything away from the mayor. Like the mayor in the Municipal Act has got the power to be the representative outside of the city, right, to all levels of government, and there's nothing we can do with this, and it's certainly not taking anything away from the mayor's responsibilities there or his powers under the Act. And so I think the question is how can we make the most use of the various talents and skills and interests of the people on council, and I'm definitely gathering right now that I see Councillor Usher, Deputy Mayor Hubert, Councillor Squire, maybe some others, who are interested in doing more work. And I certainly don't want to get in the way of people doing more work, especially if it's going to be helpful in advancing the biggest project we're working on. So I think we should drop this idea that there should just be two people. I think we should probably designate anyone who's interested in doing this kind of intergovernmental relations work on this particular file, designate them in this kind of way, and then consider perhaps that we need to set up a committee. For the period where we're working on a rapid transit, we've already talked about the Rapid Transit Implementation Office. We have an LTC long-term growth working group, report working group, that doesn't really do a whole lot. And frankly, I think we need to change that to say rapid transit is this big project now. Maybe that's the kind of working group that we need for now. And I don't want to do that now, but I think that's where we should be headed. But I think at this point, if people want to put their hand up and say, I want to help on this front, I think that guy can only help. Realizing that it is a really important project and recognizing also that I think a lot of the political work has been done up to this point. There is still some stuff that needs to happen, especially at the federal level around how they're going to do their allocations in phase 2 and so forth. And myself, I'm interested obviously in being involved in that. So I think we should probably change it so that anyone who's interested at this point can be designated and then move on from there.
Sorry, I have Councillor Morgan. Anyone else? Councillor Van Holst and then Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think this is a very interesting idea. It certainly takes some of the pressure off of yourself in terms of all the things we might have to lobby. I see other initiatives where this could be handy as well. I'm concerned that we don't really have the details of this worked out, and we're trying to do it, almost trying to do committee work at council. And I'm concerned that if it doesn't pass, we may have a decided matter that stops us from doing something that's very original and could be very helpful to us. So perhaps I would just ask the clerk to comment on that possibility.
One option, Councillor, if this is helpful, is that you could move a motion to refer this to a committee. We're really doing we're doing something, a motion, no notice has been given, there hasn't been a chance for us to go through committee. If you wanted to refer this to committee, referral takes precedent, we could deal with it there, and we could refine it as Councillor Helmer suggested.
Okay, thank you. Then I would refer this to the appropriate committee for work at a future time.
Okay, so we have a motion to refer, seconded by Councillor Turner, and we're having discussion now on referral only, and I have Councillor Salee and Councillor Helmer.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm not going to be long on this one. We have AMO coming up, right? So I don't know how long you want to refer it to. We have an opportunity to talk to provincial leaders and have those conversations. That's why it's coming up as emergent. We're trying to get the money now. Other municipalities are getting the money. So I don't want to slow things down. Let's have this dealt with. So I'll be voting against this referral.
If I can be helpful, Councillor, we have AMO coming up in August. We have a committee cycle, council cycle between now and then, and so we could deal with this at committee, run it through council, and have that group of folks ready to go for AMO. And ideally, those people would be attending AMO as well, planning on attending. So the referral has been moved and seconded. I've heard from Councillor Slee. Councillor Helmer?
Thanks very much. My colleagues will know that I'm not usually a fan of referrals, and I'm not a fan of this one. I see this motion as doing no harm whatsoever. You know, it's just designating some members of council who are interested in helping on this front in a formal way. We can do other things later. It doesn't stop us from doing other things later. If we want to do something else in the next committee cycle, and I've already got an idea, just as we've had this discussion tonight, we can do that. And if we want to change our mind on this and take it back later, we can do that. You know, and I just don't see it causing any harm, and I don't know why we would wait. What it does for sure is say that this won't happen anytime before the 26th of July, and I just think that's just wasting time for no reason. So anyway, I can understand why people don't like doing it right on the floor of council, and I will point out that notice was given for this one. It's not like several of my motions that have been a bit more of a surprise.
Councillor Park, are you looking to speak? Go ahead, please. This is on the referral. Councillor Usher.
Thank you. I do think that the referral at this point in time is appropriate, and I think it's really great to see this amount of enthusiasm amongst our colleagues to push this significant thing forward, and I'd like to help out as best I can, so thank you.
Councillor Usher.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that referring this to committee is just dodging the issue. I think that we have to be careful. Yes, I agree that AMO is coming up, but you know, I have to tell you that as far as the negotiation of this subject matter to the provincial government is done. It's just a matter of working out the details. And if we think that we are going to AMO and talk to individual members about this and convince them about this, it's too late. It's a done deal. And we're only going to confuse them when a whole pile of them come on top, a whole pile of us go on top of them at AMO talking about this subject. So I really don't think that we should refer it for that purpose. I don't think we should refer it at all. I think it should stay the way, the status quo as it is. And when you are ready, Mr. Mayor, to go and do the final negotiation or make presentations to the higher up in the provincial government, then you'd take us along, and the federal government, by the way. So I'm going to vote against the referral. Thank you.
Other speakers on the referral, I have Councillor Park. Other speakers on the referral? Okay, there are no further speakers on the referral, so let's call the question. I believe Councillor Turner seconded that. Thanks, Councillor Park. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost, 6-7.
And on the main motion, let's deal with, we'll deal with A and B together. And I have Councillor Morgan on the speaker's list.
I'm just flipping back to the main motion here. So I agree with a number of what my colleagues have said. Councillor Helmer's right. There are certain requirements in the Municipal Act that give authority to the head of council, and so there's certainly not superseding that. And I really like the discussion about that we're starting to get into, because I don't think we've done as effective job as we can, and that is identifying some of the talents and opportunities of members of council and how they can contribute and participate, synergetically with each other to contribute to this. When we had the LTC working group, I remember everybody wanted to be on it, could be on it. Not everybody chose to be on it. I've heard it's not the greatest, not the most effective group. That's not the greatest thing, but the concept of having people volunteer for something and then deploying those members effectively, I think, is a good idea. I know we have, we can get briefings from our government relations person, for people interested in that group. And then whenever there's an opportunity to speak or chat, they're going to be well informed and well briefed. So I don't see a lot of harm in pursuing this, because I think as long as a number of councilors who are interested could, and ideally those councilors would identify what sort of skills and talents and interests they could bring to the group, and then be deployed as effectively as possible for us to achieve our goal as quickly as possible in consultation with staff and everybody else. I think I think we're all going to do a part on this, absolutely. There might be some members of council who are interested in participating in a different way more than others, and some members of council who may have different skill sets that could contribute in a different way more so than others. Like Councillor Squire said, he has slightly different political connections than maybe I do, just slightly. So we could, we would operate in conjunction. We would be more effective as a team. And I think that's kind of the concept here. It's not to take away from any one individual. It's to try to provide an opportunity in a different way to put some council authority behind this. So I don't see any harm in it, but we'll proceed with the vote.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Frankly, I love this idea. I think this is an excellent idea. I think that I've seen a good deal of work from many councillors around this horseshoe that have attended OGRA, that have attended AMO, that have attended FCM conferences, being a part of these discussions. And we've come a long way in the past year and a half with this program. We have our final decided matter of council direction that we need to go, and we're down to the final steps in implementation of this program. So it needs to be a full court press. As a matter of fact, I hope to see every single councillor's name on this list volunteering to drive this forward so we can work together as a team. This would send a very strong message to both our federal government and to our provincial government. We've got a little bit of distance to go. Everybody being involved, everybody carrying their weight and pushing as hard as they possibly can to help us over that finish line, I think it's a tremendous idea. And so I'll be supporting this motion, and I'll be happy to support this motion. And I know that when we have some positive announcements from the federal and provincial government, that each and every one of you are going to want to be there as well to celebrate as we move forward with the largest infrastructure program that we've ever contemplated as a community. So thanks very much for bringing this forward, Councillor Slee. I look forward to supporting the motion with Councillor Helmer's suggested edits. Now, I do want to talk about one procedural difficulty that we'll encounter here, and that is that we may have quorum from different committees. So we're just going to have to be very careful how we meet with our federal and our provincial partners, but I know that we can handle that. Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. There's no other speakers. Councillor Usher, just a second. Councillor Usher, I think you've already spoken to the main motion. I'm sorry?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, you have. And I have other people asking to speak a second time, and we're at council, so we speak once.
Okay, any other speakers on the matter? I look here, members of council be designated as municipal council's elected representatives with respect to Rapid Transit Network, and then B, the process by which they'll appoint. So we'll deal with this. If this passes, then we'll immediately move to appointing what I'm hoping is the entire council to this committee. Councillor Helmer, I've got you down as speaking on this already. Do you have a point of privilege or procedural matter?
No, but I do have a question of clarification. I just want to make sure I understand what's going to happen here. So we're not identifying any people here. The direction in B is to say seek individuals. How exactly will this appointment process happen, and sort of when would it happen?
I believe it was Councillor Slee's intention to have that happen this evening. And so what we'll do is we'll look for volunteers. We can deal with a motion as a separate item immediately after this passes. Councillor Armstrong, do you have a question?
Clarification, yes. I want, Your Worship, if you could clarify, when is it that we're going to have an opportunity, as we had previously, other councils, to meet with our federal representatives and our provincial representatives? Because, there's an opportunity, and this could maybe even be the only issue on the agenda, because I've sat here and watched a number of people say, I'm off doing this, I'm off doing that, and I'm uncomfortable with not knowing what the game plan is.
Can I get you an answer to your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when could you tell us
I
when you're
believe
going to have that arranged?
Cheryl, I'm looking at Cheryl Smith, we're shooting for September, and it will be a Corporate Services Committee meeting. And in the meantime, this group would move the discussion forward. Yeah, okay. With a report back through council, I imagine. And I see a nod from Cheryl Smith as well. So we'll call the question on A and B together.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 12-1.
Okay, so that was 12-1, and we'll now look to Councillor Salee, I suppose, to make that motion, and we need to develop a list of councillors interested in serving in this capacity. So Councillor Salee, we'll have the motion come up on screen, but do you mind if we just look for some volunteers? I'm going to start at Ward 1 and work my way around. Okay, so Ward 1, Councillor Van Holst, interested in volunteering in this capacity?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's others here who could do a much better job, as I don't want to get in their way as the cook that spoiled the soup, so I'll decline.
So no thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, but I think there's already enough people have mentioned their interest, so I'll decline. Thank you.
Recognizing there's no limit to the number of members of this group. Councillor Salee.
I'll decline, but I'll be talking to those members regularly.
Great. Councillor Helmer.
Yes, I'm interested.
Okay, we've got Councillor Helmer on the list. Councillor Squire.
I'd be pleased to be involved.
Okay, Councillor Morgan.
I'd be happy to help.
Deputy Mayor Hubert.
Absolutely, sounds like a fun group.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Okay, moving along. All set?
I'll decline participation on the group. However, I'll continue to do the work and advocating through my role with Ontario Good Roads.
Excellent. Councillor Turner.
I respectfully decline, but I think Councillor Ridley said it quite well. I'll continue to advocate wherever I can.
Thank you. Councillor Usher.
I think it is a sensational opportunity, and I wouldn't miss it for $100.
Councillor Park.
Yes, and not for $1 million.
Okay, and we'll add my name to that list as well. Okay, we'll get that list up on screen then. And what I'll ask is if you could read that off so Barb has all of the names.
Yes, the list of names include Councillors Helmer, Squire, Morgan, Hubert, Hopkins, Usher, Park, and Mayor Brown.
Excellent. Up on screen, we've got a point of order and then a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. A few of our colleagues are not here today. I would not like them to be excluded from the opportunity to join. I don't know if they need to be named at this time or if we can word the motion in a way that should they choose to participate or want to participate, that they can.
I think that's a great idea. We can adjust the motion, Councillor Salee, to indicate that we can add additional members at any given time. Okay. So we'll have that change in language come up, and I also saw a question from Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we're talking about politicians here at the moment, and I know that staff has a good staff, but one of the things that concerns me is the LTC. I think we got one or two of the greatest experts in this field, particularly when it comes to the transit portion, not the construction portion, but the transit portion, and they've done a tremendous amount of work in the past, and I just hope that we will not eliminate them. I hope that we will always include them, because they've spent hours and hours and hours of discussion on this subject with the appropriate people at Queen's Park, and they know them very well.
And I'm getting a nod from Ms. Smith that that's happening, ensuring that LTC is involved in these discussions as well. Thanks for raising that. Okay, there are no additional speakers on the list. We've got our volunteers up on screen, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Great, colleagues. It is 6:20. We're going to move forward, and we'll have to deal with, I think, the reports after the dinner break, the 6:30 dinner break. But we'll just take a look here at the 11th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. We're going to start discussion now. If it continues on past 6:30, that's okay. We'll pick it up at the conclusion of the dinner break. So look to, I believe it was Councillor Squire. You were chairing this one?
Yep. I don't know. I would assume I would pull the number 2, which is the London plan.
sure?
You want to just slide that through?
Deputy Mayor Hubert.
I would note on the 11th report of the planning, and similar to Councillor Park, I had declared a pecuniary interest because it came up in the milieu of about 30 letters. I've since had an opportunity to examine that item and do not have a pecuniary interest.
Thank you. Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to begin my comments with thanks to staff for 4 years of probably the hardest work they've ever done in their careers. I want to thank the community for 4 years of their hard work in giving us their hopes and aspirations for our city and how we will move forward with that with the adoption of this plan going forward. I think that this deserves every amount of fanfare it can get, and I look forward to hearing the accolades from my colleagues.
Now, I understand that the chair of the committee would like to make some comments. Councillor Squire, you had the microphone and then
I did.
You turned the microphone off. And
I gave it up, yeah. I should never do that with this council. I just want to start out by describing sort of the road that we've been down, and it started certainly last June when we had public meetings, and we all know where this has gone. But I want to talk about the last little bit of where we've been and how well it went. When we had our last planning meeting, it was an absolute pleasure to watch staff be able to deal with the various inquiries, issues, and concerns that arose about the London plan. It showed me that they've done a tremendous amount of work on the London plan. Their hearts are in the London plan as well as their minds, and they really are looking forward to the best interests of the City of London. So. Before we start debate, I really want to commend Mr. Fleming and his staff. I can't say enough about the work they've done, the amount of public consultation they've done. I think between the last draft, second last draft, and what we have now, I think they made 1,800 changes. I think it was something like that, just in that sequence alone. And I was involved when my communities came together to meet with Mr. Fleming and his team, and they took the time to meet with them. So by the time we got to the end, everyone was engaged. The community was engaged, our staff was engaged, and council was engaged. And that makes for the best policy and decisions for the City of London. So kudos to you, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Usher, Councillor Turner, I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
Mine is just a question to staff. Since we had the last meeting, which was on June the 13th, we've had a tremendous amount of emails. Some of them on that same day, and they were not presented at the meeting here. And I'm concerned about some of them, but one of them in particular have a lot of very valuable information, and I just want to, there is no way to record it in here. But I do know that it was sent to staff, and I don't know whether it was sent to planning, and that's something from the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. It was after they went through the London plan that they sent these revisions. They're small revisions, but they're very important little wording and so on. May I ask Mr. Fleming if he's aware of that letter?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I am, and staff have reviewed it. One thing that we know is that a plan of this magnitude is not going to be perfect, we believe that there will be a couple of opportunities for us to bring forward house cleaning amendments. One opportunity, and we've spoken to the ministry about this, is to come forward to this council with any minor changes that council would like to forward to the ministry for their consideration in their approval of the plan. The second opportunity is when they give us their approval with potentially some modifications, we can bring forward another house cleaning report and with some of those smaller amendments at that time. So there's a couple of opportunities at least for us to clean up some of the smaller pieces that may be outstanding. In the report to Planning Committee, we said we were going to do that relative to some fairly substantial issues that are ongoing. So there is that opportunity, and we think that we have addressed the issues that are identified in the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority report, but certainly we'll continue to work with them, and if there are some modifications, we'll take advantage of those two opportunities, come back to council, and look to make those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Worship, and it's my pleasure to rise today because this is, I think, in my opinion, the single largest policy item that this council will pass in our term. Single largest. And that's not a small thing to say because rapid transit's pretty large too, but rapid transit is born out of this. Rapid transit is facilitated by this in terms of designating transit corridors and transit nodes and villages, talking about how our city is going to build and how our city is going to progress. There's fascinating pieces in here where we start to put targets and policy behind how we're going to address affordable housing and how much affordable housing we're going to deliver. Taking a look at how we treat our environmentally significant areas, how we build infrastructure and where we don't put infrastructure. Things such as waste diversion. They all sit in the London Plan, and this is the policy document that says how do we move forward as a city. I might be a bit of a planning geek on things, but I do have to recognize the collective efforts of this council, the previous council, our administration, who have worked tirelessly, and even beyond all of that, the thousands, tens of thousands of Londoners who shared their visions and their desires for how this city progresses from this point forward. So I'm very excited. I hope this passes unanimously without question, and I really look forward to seeing this become enacted.
Councillor Van Holst, any other speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I like how community engagement is so evident in this plan. I don't think that without the public input, we would have had such aspirations to being green, we would have had a food system, or such focus on neighborhoods. So it's great government when the people governed are the ones who are shaping the policy, and I think that's what's happened here. I know we're going to have a few rocky moments in implementing it. Someone has asked that maybe our request we not be really hardline on zoning applications where right now it's not permitted, but under the London Plan it would be. So the faster we can move those things forward, the better. But I'm thrilled that we've got new place types. For instance, Hamilton Road is now a main street, so it's a place and not just a fast way out of downtown. And because of all the great things that go along with the main street, we're looking forward to some more garbage cans. Thank you, staff.
Councillor Morgan, any other speakers?
Well, I have a question, and then maybe I can make my comments separate because it's a question for staff. And I ask this question because often, we go through processes, and then there's a number of communications that come in, and we refer them right into the report. And I always review them because I like to see what's coming up. And sometimes they make a difference, sometimes they aren't. But there's one in my ward that was on this that I thought I should look into before we pass a giant plan. And it's actually, it was item J in our report, and it was from, it's under the title Mr. Barry Card, and it's about some lands just outside of the urban growth boundary, and there's a lot of history to this particular case. And I think I'd be remiss not to at least ask the chief planner if he's looked at these particular things and whether there's any adjustments warranted. I certainly know that we're on the verge of passing the London Plan. I'll make my comments on that separately, but with all due diligence, I just wanted to make sure I asked the question to make sure that with this particular communication that's in my ward, that that we've taken a look at this, your team has looked at it, and whether you recommend any changes or not based on it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll just take advantage of the opportunity to be standing up, and while I very much appreciate some of the comments that have been made, I want to point out that all of the members of the senior leadership team and their respective teams have been incredibly involved and put a huge amount of effort into the plan, and that's really what's made it what it is. With respect to this question, this is an urban growth boundary question. We have had lots of work and process relating to the urban growth boundary and the evaluation of what should be in versus what should not be in the urban growth boundary. And we've looked at it from both the industrial perspective as well as the community growth perspective. We've had a series of meetings in the community. We've had meetings here, in fact 5 to planning committee over the past number of years, and we've had one-on-one meetings with landowners. And this particular one that's being referred to by the councillor, in fact, they as a group have come in and spoken to us in our office in that one-on-one capacity at least once, perhaps twice. This submission is similar to other submissions relating to the urban growth boundary. The provincial policy statement lays out very specific requirements for municipalities and how much land they're able to have within their urban growth boundary, relating to both industrial and residential uses. And we do believe that we've hit the right mark. As I said, it's been to council no less than 5 times. Finally, I would say that when a comprehensive review of the plan is done in the future, this parcel will be reviewed again in the same sort of systematic way it has been, and that evaluation criteria, similar to what we've used through this process, will be used again, and that's an opportunity to bring it into the growth boundary at that time if it's warranted.
Thank you for the answer. Councillor Morgan, you're just at 1 minute, so you have 4 minutes left for your comments.
I won't need that much time. But I will use just a minute to add my comments on the London plan, similar to what my colleagues have. And I don't want to echo what's been said before. I just want to highlight a section that I had a particular interest in, both because my academic background at the university and some of my colleagues have done a lot of research and studies into the way that bonusing is applied, in other cities, and the way that we use it. And currently, we don't use it in the same ways as others. And I think in the London plan, the way that the plan has structured bonusing, I think, is advantageous to our city. I think it's going to give us new opportunities to use bonusing more effectively for community facilities that may not be on site and attached to that. I always thought it was strange that we would bonus a piece of public art that would be on the private property, and we would call that bonusing for density. The provisions that we have in the London plan that allow for off-site bonusing, similar to what other municipalities does, will allow us to create enhancements near that development that are within the right jurisdiction and distance from it, but more truly, I think, in some cases, some public goods that maybe we've done in the past. Not to say that we haven't had excellent bonusing in the past, but I don't think we've been using the legislation to our advantage as much as other municipalities have. And I think the London plan particularly sets us on a course to be much more effective in obtaining really high quality and innovative public goods for bonusing of density within the plan. So I want to commend the staff on that section of the plan particularly, because I think we'll continue to see in the execution of the plan real advantages to those provisions. So thank you.
Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm so excited and proud that we're at this point. I mean, it's not as though it's all been done in our term of council, but we get to be here at the end as we get to vote on the adoption. I think we got to recognize the work of previous council and bringing forward this major initiative, which has taken a really long time. I want to echo Councillor Squire's comments to our staff. I mean, especially Mr. Barrett, Ms. McNeely, Mr. Galloway, some of the real leads on the project, moving it all forward, in addition to Mr. Fleming. And as he pointed out himself, that it's really been a cross-enterprise collaboration. I think that's why we see such innovative things like linking mobility and land use planning, that it goes all the way throughout the official plan. And I want us to recognize and acknowledge that we have gone from having, I think, a pretty good official plan to having probably the best official plan in the entire province. Like, we have got to a different state where we're using place types and street types and trying to figure out how this is going to interact, what's going to be permitted. A totally different approach than you'll see in any kind of official plan out there in Ontario. We are leading the way now in terms of how this can happen. And I know it's not going to be perfect, and I'm sure we'll have to make some adjustments, but I love the idea that we're trying to get this more flexible official plan where we won't even have to make so many amendments to it. We can deal with some of the things in zoning, and we won't have to have those kind of bureaucratic processes, because the plan itself is more flexible and is going to allow for more things to happen within that overall framework. I think it's just such a tremendous accomplishment. Obviously, we have to hear back from the province, and I don't want to speak too soon, but I just wanted to mark this occasion. It's really, really important. As Councillor Turner pointed out, this is the most important thing we're going to do on this term of council and probably over the next 10 or 20 years. This is a really important thing, and I wanted to mark that and say kudos to everybody who's been involved, including the thousands of Londoners who really drove that forward and provided the vision that we've actualized in the plan.
I'm going to make a couple of really brief comments from the chair. I'm going to hand things back over to the chair of planning. But yeah, this is a huge milestone. Everyone's commented on that. And I think back to the last term of council. I think back to debates that I had entered into during the 2014 election. And the question would often come up, what's something that the previous council has done really, really well? And that was Rethink London. And that was the London plan. And I remember when we entered into this process, planning staff wasn't expecting that the doors would be opened wide open on rethinking how we grow as a community. And you stepped up, and every department stepped up, and so many people played a role in this. And they did it in a collaborative way, and they did it in-house. And that doesn't happen very often with plans of this significance. I remember I was in my 30s when this was launched. Peter Mansbridge was here. There were thousands of Londoners, over 1,000 at the London Convention Centre for that very evening, who were involved. And Peter Mansbridge's message was to Londoners, have a voice, or, and I'm paraphrasing, you'll get the city that you don't want. And his challenge to politicians was, you'd better listen to that voice. And I think that what we're seeing here is a really important milestone as this moves forward. So congratulations to staff. Recognizing last council, thank you council members for recognizing last councils for kicking this off. This is really a part of their legacy as well. And I'm going to call the question, and so we can move this to the province and move on to the next stage.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Thank you very much, Chair. We'll have to let Peter Mansbridge know. So it's now 22-7.
We need clause 1.
Pardon me?
Clause 1 needs to be approved.
Oh, we didn't deal with clause 1, apparently. We were dealing with just clause 2, so let's deal with the pecuniary interest clause as well. I'm sure the chair will move that, and we'll move this along quickly. Moved by Councillor Squire, and we are voting. Thank you.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Colleagues, it's 20-7. We have a dinner break scheduled for 6:30, so let's call that recess now. Let's return here at no later than 7:30 to work our way through the remainder of the agenda. So if we could look for motion to recess, Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Salee. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? See you at 7:30. Okay, colleagues, let's get into it. We had that motion at the beginning of the meeting where that we weren't expecting, so we'll just get into committees now, and we're going to start, we've done the planning, so we're going to start with the 15th report of the Corporate Services Committee. I'll turn things over to Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. So I'm happy to present the 15th report of the Corporate Services Committee. There is one matter, though, that is linked to an item that we've deferred to the end of the meeting, which needs to be deferred, and that's number 6, which is the communication from myself. Was asked for some legal advice. There's a matter that we're in camera for that we haven't completed, so we can't actually pass that one until we've completed it. So that one will be referred also to the end of the meeting after the in-camera portion. But everything else I can deal with. So unless anything else will be pulled, I can put everything but number 6 on the floor.
Okay, any speakers on 1 through 5 and 7? There are none, so we'll wait for that to come. Pardon me, and we've got 8 as well on page 5. So we'll deal with 1 through 5, 7, and 8. Councillor Morgan, if you could move that when it comes up on screen. And there are no speakers, so we're going to immediately call the question. Councillor Morgan, thank you. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, item 6.
So item 6, I would move just to refer that until after we complete the in-camera session.
Any discussion on 6 while that's coming up on screen? Councillor Morgan will move it, I'm sure, momentarily. And we'll just immediately call the question since there are no speakers. Go ahead.
I'm not so sure that perhaps you should be, as you did in the past, declare conflict on
Oh, I appreciate the advice, Councillor. What I'll do is declare a pecuniary interest at the vote, but thank you. Yeah. Okay, it's up. It's been moved by Councillor Morgan and seconded by Councillor Van Holst. We'll call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 12 with 1 recused.
Why don't we do 16 while you're up, and we'll just move then to the 12th report after that.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to present the 16th report of the Corporate Services Committee. We had 2 meetings this week. This was a one-item agenda item matter. As you know, SPPC and then Council referred to the Corporate Services Committee the responsibility for interviewing candidates to the Greater London International Airport Authority. We had not only completed those interviews over several sessions, but we also then were able to report out and make a recommendation, which is before you today, to forward 4 names on to the Airport Authority for their consideration, which is what we've been asked to do. Again, we don't make the final decision on this appointment. We simply nominate names for them. They will go through their own process. So the report in number 2 outlines the names that we've come forward with. That includes Michelle Campbell, Gus Katsiomaitis, Kapil Lakotia, and Maureen O'Leary-Picard. Those are the ones that we have chosen through our process. So that is number 2 on the agenda. It's really the only thing. So I'll put the whole item, the whole report on the floor and see if there's any questions related to that.
Any questions? Councillor Usher, go ahead. Any other speakers?
Well, Mr. Chair, I have to tell you that I was very proud of being a part of this process. And the reason why I am saying this is because we had some exceptional applications, and it tells me that we got some good, dedicated, committed, compassionate, I use that word intentionally, Your Worship, people who are ready to serve this community, who are ready to give of themselves. And if we had more spaces, we would have selected more, but as it stands, we can only recommend 4, so we selected 4 out of the rest. But by no means do we want to let the others feel that they were rejected. It's not that they were rejected. We just, right, Mr. Chair? Say yes.
Any other speakers? There are no other speakers, so let's call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Councillor Squire, 12th report, Planning and Environment Committee.
I haven't been alerted of any matters, Councillor Park. Sorry.
Number 8 and 24, thank you.
And 19, any others? Sure, yeah, take your time, Councillor Turner.
21. 21.
Bingo. Okay, so we have 8, 19, 21, 24, Chair.
Move the balance of the items? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just to speak to 16 and 25, if I might. So 25 is with respect to an application for subdivision plan. I rise on the exemption being sought to change the lot coverage from 40 to 45%. This is the fourth applicant to have done so, and but what I do want to do is point out that in item 16 that's being brought forward here, it actually has a planning staff coming forward to looking to actually review that that lot coverage guideline and trying to figure out a way through that. So I appreciate what staff has done and bringing that forward.
I have no further speakers. Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to briefly note for item number 9, this is the designating bylaw coming forward for the properties that are owned and beautifully maintained by Lifespan. I just wanted to recognize that that's finally coming through, and I really appreciate a committee's support of that.
Any other speakers? Okay, motion's been moved. No further speakers. Let's call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Clause 8, Councillor Squire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just rise to point out a good news story. Another historic bridge in Ward 13 has been designated, or will be designated very shortly. I think it's just really great. It's a good compliment to the Blackfriars Bridge, which the Canadian Society of Civil Engineers gave a Heritage Award for that structure also. So go Ward 13.
I don't believe there are any additional speakers, so let's call the question on Clause 8. We're voting.
Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Squire. Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Clause 9. Who wanted Clause 9?
19.
Oh, was it 19? Yeah. Pardon me. Okay. Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through some confusion and the speed of the Planning Committee, I wanted to just speak to this at the committee, but I made it there a few minutes late. But that's the speed of the Planning Committee. But there was only one issue, Your Worship, and I just wanted to, just for the record, through you to our staff, it's this property. Water is an issue now in the adjacent properties, and this property is going to be fully developed with a building, parking lot. Long story short, a lot of water, the hardened surfaces, so that water's got to go somewhere. So I just want to make sure that staff understand that it's important that that water not find its way onto the adjacent properties, because literally it will create a flooding issue, and there would be no doubt litigation will follow. So let's try to avoid that by making
And
sure.
let's hear from the chair to address
Sure,
your
thank
concern.
you.
That matter was raised by the public at the meeting and was specifically addressed by Development Services. They had met with the gentleman on several occasions who's had the concerns. They feel they've got the concern taken care of. His expression was just to bring it to their attention. He seemed satisfied with the remedial action that had been taken to the date.
Great, and we're now on clause 21. Well, actually, we'll deal with this and then we'll move to clause 21. So let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Thank you, Your Worship. On this item, I voted against the file. This was an application to restrict to the duplexing, I guess, additional units within the Blackfriars-Petersville region. And the rationale for it was that this still exists within a floodplain, and so it was from a life safety perspective. My concern was more that if the life safety perspective exists, concerns exist and exist for the entire neighborhood. So for that reason, I voted against it. I do recognize the rationale behind it, and I don't argue with that. I just philosophically rose against it.
Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as the area representative, I stand in support of this. There was a lot of communication with myself from the community in definite support of this. There was a few comments from individuals who had projects underway, so we made an exemption at the committee for that, and there is a process for individuals who would look to seek an exemption in future to come forward to planning staff and work that out.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Let's call the question. We're voting. Still 24, I guess, eh?
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-2.
And clause 24, Councillor Park.
Thank you. And I'm rising on the best story. We're seeing a new development on an existing parking lot, guys. Yeah. So I'm a fan of this project, not only because it's on a parking lot, but also because of the thoughtfulness that went into the bonusing, and thank you to staff for all of that great negotiating that was done. The development, the way it'll be built, it'll really be a good reaction to the buildings around it with the materials that are being used and those sorts of things. And we'll see the new pedestrian connection from Clarence Street onto Richmond Street taking the first step in that. So I look forward to seeing this come to fruition.
Deputy Mayor Hubert.
I want to rise and just comment on this. And Councillor Park, rhetorical question. How long has it been a parking lot? Rhetorical question. Since 1965. And so that's first of all, that's probably a record, I think, probably, but also this is an outstanding development. But one of the things that's unique about it is they've actually looked at our downtown master plan and seen some of the priorities that we have there, like mid-block connections, and built it into the project, and looked at some of their needs in terms of connectivity and parking, and done some unique design. And I think that's something that we need to recognize. We need to applaud that, and I look forward to seeing this unique development go up in the next few years.
Other speakers? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12-0.
Thank you, Councillor Squire. I think we're all set. Eighth report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Chair. I have not heard from anyone that would like any items pulled, so I'd be prepared to put the entire report on the floor.
Okay, Councillor Usher. Item.
I'd like to address item number 16. So
Did you want to pull it or just speak to it?
Just pull it. I
Okay,
need to make
16.
a revision.
Yep, go ahead.
Just like to make a comment on 4 and 5. Comment.
And did you want us to pull those, or can we deal with them all
deal
in
with
bulk, and you can
Sure.
comment on 4 and 5? Okay, we'll make sure you have an opportunity to do that. Councillor Salim.
Thank you. Number 17, please.
Anyone else? Okay, let's deal with the balance. So we're going to pull 16 and 17, and so we're going to move clause 1 through 15 and 18. And I'll start with, and 19, so 1 through 15, 18, and 19, and let's start on the speakers list with Councillor Hopkins on 4 and 5. So if you want to speak to 4 and 5.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to bring Council's attention to the Southwest Community Centre. It's a significant project in my Ward 9, and I know as well as in Councillor Ridley's Ward 10, we both sort of share that road between us. And I want to thank staff for all the work that has been done. It's a big project with the partnership between the YMCA as well as the library. And we had our official sod turning ceremony last Tuesday. So I just want to again thank staff for all the work that they've done.
Councillor Park.
Thank you. Last evening, Councillor Squire and I had the privilege of sitting at the library board, and I just wanted to bring forward the great enthusiasm the board has for this project, and thank you to our staff and also to the library staff and the YMCA staff, because it's really dovetailed this project together and it'll move forward in a good pace.
Any other speakers 1 through 15, 18, and 19? Okay, it's been moved. Let's call the question. Oh, pardon me, Deputy Mayor Hubert, just before we open the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm rising on a point of personal privilege tonight to make a couple comments with respect to a member of our staff. And last night, I spoke at a send-off event on behalf of Council for our Olympic and Paralympic rowing team. You say, how does that connect to CAP's report? Well, it does. And at that event, we recognized the hard work and dedication and determination that it takes to achieve excellence in rowing. Tonight, I rise to recognize and give a similar sort of send-off to another Olympian, Elizabeth White. And Elizabeth will be leaving the service of the City of London, what she often refers to as my corporation. And she is a champion in the world of social services. She is an Olympian. After 26 years at Goodwill, Elizabeth came to the City of London, and she has served her community with innovation, with hard work, with dedication, to helping some of the most vulnerable people in our community. And a determination that is quite frankly not just recognized in London and certainly in the social services, but truly right across the province. I've had the privilege personally in my day job to work closely with Elizabeth for 16 years, probably longer than I've ever worked with a particular individual in my 32-year career. She's a consummate professional, a compassionate person whose mark has been left not on 1, 2, or 100, but literally tens of thousands of individuals, Londoners, who will never know the impact that she has had. So Elizabeth, on behalf of this council and those that you have worked under before us, we thank you. We wish both you and Bill well in retirement, and we look forward to your continued contribution to our community as you do it as a volunteer, because I know that's so very much part of who you are. So, colleagues, would you join me in giving Elizabeth an Olympian send-off?
Councillor Ridley, I think what we'll do now is call the question. We're voting.
Opposing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
And let's deal with Clause 16.
I will put item 16 on the floor.
Councillor Usher, I'll start a list. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I just want to address two items in this report. And the first one is C. And I'm looking specifically at the part where we say that civic administration be directed to request that any electronic vehicle sourcing platforms be used to match passengers with unlicensed vehicles for hire. Immediately stop operating in London until any future bylaw amendment addressing vehicles for hire and brokers are in full force and effect. Seems to me that we have done this before, and seems to me that that's still in effect. But it hasn't improved. The situation hasn't improved. And from what I heard at our CAPS meeting, there has been more charges for drivers of this nature. And I wonder if we could provide an injunction against these drivers. I wonder if it is within the city's purview, or we need to go to a judge to get this type of permission. So instead of just saying that we ask them to stop, we've asked them to stop in the past, to now provide an injunction against any of such drivers. I don't know if we could get a response to this in public, or we need to go in camera, Your Worship. So may I have a response to that?
I believe that Mr. Barber is prepared to speak to that.
An injunction must be obtained from a court.
So I'm asking then if it is wise or within our purview, what does it take to get that injunction from the court?
I would prefer to provide that advice in closed session because unless you instruct me to advise you in public session, you would lose any solicitor-client privilege that attached to my advice.
Then I ask that this be deferred until we go in camera and get that advice from solicitor for item number 17C. And I have another question. 16C. I have another question with respect to 16. The business of English language proficiency exam. I didn't know what this was, and I didn't know why it was there. And I think that in some respects, I fully agree that perhaps we don't really need that English proficiency exam, because when drivers take the test to get their license, they've got to do it in English anyway. So my feeling is that if they could pass that test in English, then who are we to say that you have to pass an English exam? Now, some people have said to me, and I have experienced this in the past, when I'm leaving the airport, for example, and I'm in a taxi, sometimes it's difficult to understand what people are saying, drivers are saying. However, I look at this as the country that we live in. And I said at our meeting, for example, that when people come to this country, they come here and our Canadian government says to them, or even before they come to our country, come and live here. We will allow you to live your culture, to retain your culture, to retain everything that you do the way you do it. The only thing that we ask you is to learn one of the two official languages, English or French. And in most cases, the drivers who we have, they have gone to the ones who don't speak English, whose English is not their first language. They've gone to English school and they've gone up to their relative grade, which is, I believe it's about grade 7 or 8, to learn English before they go out on a job. So I want to make that comment, Your Worship, because I know that some people are saying we should keep the English exam, and I'm not so sure that we need to do it. So I'm going to keep the E as it is. I'm not going to ask for a change to that. But I needed to bring that up for the sake of the community who have asked me to try to make that change and retain the English exam. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Helmer?
Thank you so very much, and I certainly support the most of this recommendation. The only concern I have is in Part B. At the committee, we talked about when this public participation meeting might happen, and there was some fairly extensive discussion about it. My understanding and recollection is that the motion that was passed at that time said no later than September 2016. I much prefer this motion because my concern is that we have the public participation meeting in August, which I think is not a good time to have a public participation on an issue like this. This gives a bit more flexibility, which is okay as far as but I wanted to just reiterate my concern that if we're going to have a meeting, for example, just to give one example of why it's bad to have it in August, a lot of people who take taxis and limousines and Uber and other vehicles are students, and like August, why would you have a public participation meeting when a whole bunch of the market is gone, right? So I think that it's appropriate that we have one. I just want to make sure we don't have it too early, and I think our staff, Mr. Costas is nodding his head off over there, I think that's clearly expressed. So I'll support the whole recommendation.
Deputy Mayor Hubert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't belabor it. I will ask a question through you to the chair. I just want to make sure what we're doing on 16E. So this is saying that we're going to remove the requirement of language proficiency from the bylaw, draft bylaw, but draft bylaw sets the course. It sort of says where we're going. Is that the intent of this?
Chair.
Thank you. To be brief, that is the intent. There was a lengthy debate and discussion around the need for it, and staff at that time pointed out that there are other tests that occur which may determine someone's proficiency in English language, and therefore this requirement may not be necessary. So at this point, the committee is recommending that in the drafting of the bylaw that not necessarily need to be considered. I think I'd also like to take this opportunity to let council know that I spoke with staff today, and I do understand there will be an update that may lead some more light as to what the draft bylaw may look like and let us know kind of which direction that's going at our next CAPS meeting. So we're not finalizing a bylaw or making decisions today. That process is still underway. This was more of an update and to give the direction to continue that path. So the next CAPS meeting will have some more information.
Mr. Mayor, I have some concerns around this from a safety point of view. I also have some concerns around it from a business and tourism perspective in terms of people coming into the city and being able to get wayfinding information from drivers. So I have a number of concerns. I'm not closing the door to it, but I really want to make sure that if we bring forward a draft bylaw that does not have that in it, that it's very clear and that we have some additional information. I'd like some comparators from other municipalities. I'd like to really look at what those other tests that my colleague refers to in terms of proficiency, because that is a big issue, and it's an issue for visitors to the city, and it's also an issue for others. So I just want to make sure we proceed with a certain amount of caution in this area.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Slee, Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the points we'll be going in camera for, so I don't need to touch on that. Glad to see that we're moving, and I think it's important for us to hurry up and make a decision. I think because many Londoners are waiting for that. As far as the English tests, I was one of the people who raised that. I know I've heard some feedback short term from a number of Londoners who are just seem to be upset that I'm removing an English test. I think. From my understanding, the test is kind of a written thing where someone just writes it. If I'm not understanding, I just look for a nod. A nod's fine, pretty much. And through the chair, of course, for me, that doesn't demonstrate if someone can actually communicate verbally with someone. So I don't understand what's the point. I don't care if the person who's getting me from point A to point B can write an essay, to put it simply like that. I think, and I really appreciate that most of the newcomers who do come to this country speak already some English or have some sort of conversational skill sets that, when you look at myself, I speak a couple languages, but I don't speak as many languages. Maybe some people who come to our country already, and of course the federal government, there are skills tests depending on the point systems and things like that as well. So, for me, it's a matter of this is the only area where we ask them to do, or one of the only areas, where they do this sort of test. We don't ask someone who's opening up a food truck or opening up a restaurant to do this. Quite frankly, to me, I'm surprised no one has ever challenged this, because I would, to put it lightly. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holsten Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I guess my one concern about the topic of the English exams, if we're using a ministry driver's test as the English exam, we should also find out if there's assistance on that exam for people who don't speak English well, because I know that often when you go to a government agency, they will find somebody to assist you, and so that might not be the best test. I don't know. So if we're going to use that as the English test, I would prefer if I'm confident about that. Also point out, just as a point in conversation with my wife, who is involved in the automotive industry, is that people are losing their insurance for driving with Uber. She overheard somebody today saying that had happened to him. So just a caution to people who are still riding that line of what's permitted and what's not right now. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Your Worship, I just wanted to ask staff if maybe they could respond and make sure that we have an understanding of these tests and what they've, regardless of whether we're going to continue them or not. I just want to make sure that people aren't left with the impression that may be wrong. So if staff could respond to, have you been making people write essays? Is that part of help me understand what exactly.
Mr. Kotsifas, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, this came up at the committee meeting as well, and I believe Mr. Katolik responded that there was certain paragraphs are provided to the applicants. They read the paragraphs and they're asked questions about what the information is that was in those paragraphs. What we're proposing here is, and Councillor Ridley alluded to, is we'll report back to you in the next cycle. We'll provide some scoping report in terms of where we're going to go and seek direction with respect to options from the committee and council. Ultimately, any and all of the provisions in the bylaw will be your decision. They're not our decision. So all of these items will be debated and discussed. We don't necessarily need to do that this evening. We will provide you with information, and we'll provide you with additional information, far more detailed, particularly as it relates to these items that are identified on these recommendations before you.
I'm certainly, we always need to be reviewing things, changing things, and sometimes the way we do things over time, they may not make sense today. So, but that was the system then, and we are in the midst of reviewing it. So I just want to make sure that, our staff have followed the policies and procedures that were approved by councils in the past. So, times change, we have to change with the times, but I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Van Holst raised a fair point on the issue of the exam itself. I was wondering, without speaking to it further, if we could call E separately when it comes time. The second piece is with respect to again, not much that can be done at this point because we have debated this exact point before. The question of we respectfully requested that this TNC cease operations pending our resolution of a bylaw. They did not respectfully comply and continue to operate. I really think that the way forward on this is to halt until such time as they do, but instead we reward the behavior by continuing to march forward. So that's all I can say on that at this point.
So we will call E separately at the appropriate time. Any other speakers? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you, Chair. This is to refer Part C to be decided after our in-camera session.
Thank you. I am not sure if this is on the floor or if you're looking for a mover. It was some of my colleagues who wanted to
Yeah,
do
it
this.
was, I believe, Councillor Usher, if you wanted to move that, and we'll look for a seconder if there is one. Okay, let's call the question. We're voting. Let's deal with E once we report out here.
Councillor Salee. Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-4.
Okay. Let's deal with E separately.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-4.
Okay. And let's deal with the balance. Moved by Councillor Ridley. There are no speakers. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 12-1.
Okay, clause 17.
Thank you, Chair. I just indicated I don't mind speaking to this briefly, and I understand that there may be some confusion. So for those on council who weren't at the committee meeting, what we have is the business licensing bylaw. There's been several things that have been kind of put into this bylaw review over the past several months or perhaps even years or longer that are all being reviewed at this time. So I recognize this was likely pulled for another reason, but at this time what we're doing is directing staff to prepare those bylaws for a public participation meeting down the road. So we're not making decisions on it. There were some general recommendations in the report to committee, but we have not seen the bylaws yet, so nothing has been passed or changed at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Any speakers? Councillor Squire?
This is, through you, Mr. Chair, this is what I would call an omnibus bill, and I don't like omnibus bills. In fact, I'm against omnibus bills for what I think is a legitimate reason. There's some things in here that I like, that I could support, but in with it are some things that I think are ridiculous. So what does one do? I mean, I'm looking at you regulating in areas where there's been suggestions that there'll be criminal record checks. Now, at first blush, people think, oh, that's great. If someone's got a criminal record, we'll keep them out of that. Well, I'm against that because some very decent people have at some point in time gotten difficulties with the law, rebuild their lives, are great citizens, and want to get out there and work. So I don't like that kind of stuff. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do at this point in time. It's also fairly vague in terms of what you're going to be doing. I know they're all going to come back, and I'm going to have a chance to relook at them, but I don't want people to think that if I vote yay on this, that I think what I'm seeing here in its entirety is a good thing, because I don't. And in future, I think the problem with this is you put a lot of work into one place, and I think some of these areas were of higher priority. For instance, group homes, I think is a very high priority item, and yet it's lumped in with a lot of other things that I don't think are particularly urgent, I must say. For instance, payday loans. I get the difficulty with payday loans, but all of this work to bring back two things, which is disclosure of interest rates and a referral list for debt consulting agencies, I'm not sure if there's any evidence that that's going to do anything about people making use of payday loans. So Philosophically, I think you've painted, you've taken a really big paintbrush, painted a really big, impressive report, and there's large parts of it that I just can't agree with.
I'm going to go to the chair, and then Mr. Kotziffis wants to speak to this as well.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to speak to this because I share the exact same concerns as Councillor Squire, and I brought them up during the meeting. My concern was to get 14 new or increased bylaw revisions back in one meeting would be overwhelming. So it was discussed, and I believe staff understands that there are some of higher ranking importance. We would like them to focus their attention on those and bring those back first and foremost. So that way, coming back to committee, we will be looking at them in smaller chunks and not 14 at any given time. Additionally, I should note that the committee had held extra days for meetings, and during our meeting this week, we discussed using those days to ensure that we get through this in a timely manner and can take a comprehensive look at each and every one. Because I agree with the councillor, there are some of these that I wouldn't particularly support either, but this gives staff the direction to look at them and prepare that draft for us to debate and decide on. And I'm happy to let Mr. Kotziffis add anything that I've missed.
Through the chair, July will be another busy meeting. We plan to come back on the business licensing report. The good councillor is absolutely correct. There's a lot of information here and a lot of categories, and there was some concerns expressed at the committee regarding that. So the way we're proposing to tackle this is we will come back with a report on the business licensing bylaw itself, try to group certain categories together, and we're going to be working with the clerk's office and the chair to come up with certain meetings where these particular categories, say 3 or 4 of them, could be grouped together and brought forward at different times for different PPMs, and we'll deal with just those items at those meetings. At the end of the day, we'll consolidate all that information and prepare a final bylaw for you for potential adoption. The group home issue also was quite a significant issue that arose at committee. We're deeming those to be residential care facilities. We will report back to you as well at the July meeting with regards to that item. If we are successful in our work program, we will try to even table potentially a standalone bylaw for you for consideration. That would be optimistic, but that's what we're trying to do, and have a PPM possibly in August, September for that item. So that's the plan. So you'll be receiving far more additional information in the upcoming month.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of on that train of thought, I was at committee and I raised some concerns around with the timelines. Some of the things that are part of this were things I raised separate, but were clumped in, and for whatever may be the reason, efficiencies or what may be the case, like the door-to-door, the payday loans, and I agree. I think the way it's coming this way, I think, has slowed down some things, because I thought it could have been something that would have been dealt with a lot sooner, something as simple as a door-to-door kind of suggestion, and the report could have came back real sooner. We could have been able to dispense of that. I had a motion, and I didn't have a seconder at that time at committee around the group homes. I mentioned that I had a fire in my ward almost coming up on 2 years now, and I think we're long overdue for doing something. I came with the expectation that I was going to be able to do something at that last CAPS meeting and invoke some new changes and change things, the way we do business on that front, because I don't want to put Londoners no longer at risk. I think we all have a responsibility. I know we're doing the best we can, and I know there's been some progress, but I think we need to be a lot more aggressive, and I'll put forward that motion today, where I'm hoping on July 19th to be able to have that draft recommendations and to have a PPM potentially on that same day or subsequently shortly after. So I'll look for a seconder.
Through the chair, there's a significant amount of work that needs to be undertaken to complete the standards and the actual bylaw itself. I think our hope is that we will bring that to you in July, but we still need to advertise and hold a PPM. It's not as simple as just adopting bylaw. We need public consultation. People need to be able to weigh in on the matter. So although we could likely table a bylaw for you in July, we will still need time to have a PPM, and it would not be in July. It would likely be a cycle after, or at some point thereafter.
Any other speakers on this? Councillor Armstrong, any others?
Well, Your Worship, I certainly support the councillor's interests. In fact, I got a call about this very issue of one of these places operating with some problems today, and it's not in my ward, so I referred them to, actually, the councillor's brought this issue forward, and hopefully he'll look into that and look after it, and I'm sure he will. But I guess the thing is, we are all very concerned about the health and safety of these people that live in these homes, but and I know our staff is probably, as they always do, working very diligently on trying to get something together, because I know that they know that this is a priority because of what's happened recently. But the thing is that we do have a process. Things do take time, and we're only talking a few months here, and there's a lot of other issues on the go at the same time, and that's, I believe, why the committee decided to leave it with them to bring it forward as quickly as possible. But there may be something else that they can get done that's in a different, yeah, I mean, this is like having 6 or 8 files, so, you know, different things happen, so you have to juggle, but I'm sure that they're all trying to get them all moved ahead as quickly as possible, and I think they know that this is a priority file. But I think sometimes we have to leave it with them to manage their workload and when they present things to us, and rather than rush something through and then find out things are overlooked or it's not what we expect, I think it's better to let them take their time and do a good job and come up with something that's really going to work and protect these vulnerable people.
Thank you. Anyone else? I know the chair wants to sum up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to look to Ms. Dader-Spears because I think it's very, very important that council and the public understand that we have made significant strides. This is not an issue that we are taking lightly. Residential care facilities, there has been a change over the past several months in what we're doing, and I would like to afford staff the opportunity to speak to that before I finish summing up, because I don't want people thinking we're not taking steps or taking this seriously.
Thank you, through the chair. So as council's aware, we've had a working group of a number of different stakeholders in our community: housing providers, our neighborhood legal services, agencies in the community that provide supports to vulnerable people. And we've been meeting over the last little while. And one of the things that we brought back to council, I think within the last 6 months, has been a vulnerable occupancy person's protocol. So further to the comment by Councillor Armstrong, if there are issues in the community with places to live that are vulnerable, where people are vulnerable, I would ask you to get in contact with some of the stakeholders in our community, talk to Ors, talk to Mr. Katolik, talk to myself. We have an immediate response and reaction to dealing with vulnerable people in vulnerable situations. So that exists currently. You just need to give us a call and let us know how to manage that. And that goes for not only for you as council members, but for your constituents as well. We are working on the development of standards, and we are hoping to be able to be back with draft standards very soon.
So I did want people to have an understanding that we are doing something. There's a couple other things that I want to touch on here, and I'm going to touch on it now because I'm not sure how this motion is going to go. So the one thing I think is important is that we recognize that there are group homes in our community that are licensed, regulated, and supervised by the province. These are not them. These are different types of facilities. So to continue to refer to them as group homes, I would suggest is inappropriate and is taking away from the good work that is happening in group homes every single day, that are licensed, that are regulated, that are monitored, and that provide excellent care to people who need it. So I think the term that I've heard more recently is residential care facilities. For these residences that are providing care that are not regulated by the ministry. So I wanted to bring that up. And then I wanted to speak specifically to the referral. I recognize the councillors' desire to get this through. I think we all agree. I think that by asking staff to have this back for our July 19th meeting is really tight. I believe it's 7 or 8 business days to complete drafting a bylaw and get it out to the public engagement piece. I don't know if we're going to get the best bylaw that's going to stand up and protect our community by asking them to do it in 7 or 8 business days. So I ask the committee or council's indulgence in trusting our staff to complete this, knowing that it's a priority for this council, and to get it back in front of us as soon as possible. So I ask that you don't vote for this motion and put a little bit of trust in the staff that they know how important this issue is to us.
Okay, I have one additional speaker, Councillor Squire. Anyone else on the, and then we'll go to Councillor Helmer.
I hear what people are saying, and that would be fine if I hadn't, particularly on the area of these unlicensed residential care facilities, if I hadn't been hearing for months and months and months, we're working on it, we're drafting it, you'll see it in the spring. You're going to see it. I've been told that. And now it appears to me, again, that you put a whole bunch, you've been working on all these different things, and now they're all being lumped together, and they're not, some are getting priority, some aren't. I just want to be clear that I'm not satisfied. I meet with people all the time on the front lines in the housing area who I try to explain housing to. I won't tell you what they call, what they hear. It's not good. They're tired of talk. They're tired of going to meetings and having people say, we're working on it. And we've got this here and this over here, and we've got a double thing over here that we gotta. I've been to meetings, and after I'm finished with the meetings, I don't understand what they're talking about. I gotta be honest with you, I have no idea. So I know we approved more money for housing in the budget, for a strat plan for something, for rent subsidies, and you know what? I'm really tired of getting the housing runaround. And so I hope, that's why I supported this from Councillor Sully. So one thing I would like is if you're going to tell us something, and particularly me, I would like at least get within, shooting distance of your targets. I mean, at least get close to what you're promising, and I'd be happy if that happened.
Okay, I have Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there's a lot of passion behind this conversation, and rightfully so. But I think it's imperative on us to remember that sometimes the cogs of government are slow. And it is frustrating. But it's that pace that makes good quality decisions. So I just want to leave council with that.
Thank you. I see Councillor Helmer on the list and no other speakers at this time.
I just would like to say to my colleagues that I'm quite confident that we've got great staff who, if they're given a tight deadline, we've seen them rise to the occasion in many other instances. We had all of a sudden all kinds of refugees coming into the city, and the response from our staff and others in the community was amazing. When given a deadline and constraints to work within, I'm sure that they can get something done that will be very good. I have full confidence in our staff that they can do that. And if it's not perfect, we can make changes. And I'm fine with that. But I do think there's urgency here. And the sooner we move forward on it, the better. I think we also, I'll just remind us, we do this to ourselves by not having enough meetings in July and August.
That's called the told you so comment, right? All right, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, let's call the question. This is on the new Part C. Paul.
Closing the vote and the motion is lost on a tie, 6-6.
Okay, over to you, Chair, on the main motion. Any other speakers? I don't believe there are any, so let's, Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much, and I was glad to hear my colleague Councillor Squire talk about his concern in particular on the police checks for adult entertainers and attendants. And we had quite some discussion at committee about that, and I appreciate that London Police had somebody come who works in the area of human trafficking and was talking about why they were interested in having this kind of regulatory approach in the business licensing bylaw. I have to say I'm very skeptical about this as an approach. I'm not sure that it's going to accomplish the kind of objectives that we were talking about in the meeting and that we heard from the police. And I've reached out to our chief of police so I can have a direct conversation with him. And I think the most important thing in this, as we proceed on this front, is that we engage directly with the women and men who work in this industry to make sure we provide regulations that will work for them and that they want, and not try and fit something in that is accomplishing the objectives of, say, the police service that nobody who works in the industry actually wants to have. So I know our staff heard that and that they committed to consulting with those stakeholders, and I think that's important.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I certainly agree with the councillor and his thoughts, both now and at the committee. The one area, though, that the officer, and he didn't continue on in this area, but he sort of alluded to, you know, human trafficking is a problem, a big problem, especially along the 401 corridor. And the thing that he also, I felt, was trying to allude to is that, you know, they don't have the resources, especially locally right now. We don't have the resources. And if you remember going back to the budget, one of those components that the police said that they wanted to put resources into was human trafficking. But we didn't do that. So the problem's still out there. The officer was there telling us the problem is, you know, a serious problem. And, you know what human trafficking is. And we weren't willing to put some more resources there. And that's what disappointed me because, you know, sometimes you do have to put the money in if you want to see some results. So I'll leave it at that.
Anyone else? Let's call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 12-0.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, sixth report of the Audit Committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the more exciting things that we have on our agenda tonight, and actually it was actually the longest Audit Committee in 10 years, 3-hour meeting with lots of good stuff. So I will put the entire report on the floor, and at this time, all items.
Any speakers, any comments? Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. To staff, I wanted to ask a question about something that appeared on page E24 of our large consolidated financial reports with respect to a plan amendment for about $3 million. It's a liability for post and post-retirement benefits. That was something new. Perhaps they described the source of it and its implication.
Councillor, could you just repeat which page that was?
That was page E24, note 12, part A.
Through your worship, that relates to a plan change at the police with respect to an extension of benefits in terms of their post-retirement benefits. So that's what the liability was, and it was immediately expensed.
That's it. No other questions? Okay. Just a couple of comments, if I may. I want to extend my congratulations to staff. The number of factors meant that there was a significant amount of additional work that had to be done. They're constantly changing the regulations, the PSAP regulations, and Annalise Bourbon, who's not here this evening, and her team did an outstanding job. And there's some really good news in this as well. And the one that I'll steal Councillor Helmer's thunder while he's out of the room, because he stole it from me at committee, which is one of the things I've watched for the last 10 years is our debt per household. and it keeps going down. And so that's a positive thing. And certainly a lot of credit, and there's a lot of positive news in this audit report. A lot of credit goes to Mr. Hayward and his team as well for really managing our financial resources well, so that we continue to stay in a very enviable position financially as a municipality. So with no further comments, I will call the vote, if you would, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12-0.
Okay, colleagues, I think at this time we're going to go back in camera. I'm going to ask the clerk to outline the reasons why we're going back in. We'll come back from there, deal with the remaining items and the bylaws prior to adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going in to continue our discussion with respect to a matter pertaining to personal matters about identifiable individuals and labor relations and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, including advice from officers and employees of the corporation and communications necessary for that purpose, and for the purpose of providing directions and instructions to officers and employees of the corporation relating to a potential request for inquiry by the Integrity Commissioner and the Integrity Commissioner report dated June 21st, 2016.
Okay, colleagues, that'll come up on screen momentarily. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, so If we could report out committee of the whole, I'll look to you, Deputy Mayor Hubert, if you could do that, please.
Oh, do I have to read the acquisition? Do you want me to read it? No, it's okay. I will report progress on a number of issues, including things related to personnel and client solicitor advice. I do have a property acquisition to read. I'll try and do it in a motor mouth speed. So that as a procedural matter pursuant to Section 239-6 of the Municipal Act 2001, the following recommendation be forwarded to the City Council for deliberation and a vote in public session on the recommendation of the Managing Director of Corporate Services, City Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer, who needs a shorter title, with the concurrences of the Director of Roads and Transportation on the advice of the Manager of Realty Services. The following actions be taken with respect to property located at 280 Warncliffe Road North, further described as Lot 60, Registrar's compiled plan 450 West, PIN, you got it. Having the pie-shaped lot with an approximate size of 4,725 square feet as shown on the attached location maps. The offer submitted by 1659960 Ontario Limited to sell the subject property to the city for a sum of $460,000 be accepted, subject to the following conditions. The city having the right to view the property 3 further times prior to closing, the city agreeing to pay the vendors reasonable legal costs, including fees, disbursements, applicable taxes to complete this transaction subject to assessment, the vendor obtaining on or before closing a discharge of mortgage on the property. If required, the city agreeing to prepare and deposit on title on or before closing at its expense a reference plan describing the project. The vendor forever releasing and discharging the city for and from all actions causing actions, suits, claims, demands of every nature or kind arising out of or in any way related to or connected with the purchase, including all claims for the market value of the land taken, any damages attributable to the disturbance, any claims for injurious effect to remaining lands, business loss, interest, or any special difficulties in relocation now known or which may be known or anticipated but which may arise in the future. And the financing of this acquisition be approved as set out in the source of financing report hereto in Appendix A. It being noted that this is an important property as is required for the construction of the rail diversion in 2017-18 and subsequent road widening along Warncliffe Road North in 2018. I think that has the bases covered, Mr. Mayor.
I think you did it. Okay, let's deal with 16C. This is clause 16C. We deferred it until. Oh, pardon me. We'll take care of this, and then we'll do 16C caps. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
And now let's move then to 16C of the caps, and I'll look to the chair. If you'd like to move this, please.
Actually, it would require an amendment because the motion is to refer here, it's communication, and given that the...
Sorry, Councillor, we're dealing with caps, 16C.
Oh, my mistake.
We'll get you right after this, yeah. Okay.
I want to amend that one too.
Go ahead, Chair.
I would be happy to put 16C on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been moved. Any discussion? Let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, colleagues, for the next matters, I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Hubert to take the chair. And just out of an abundance of caution, I'll just step aside and step out of the horseshoe to allow you to debate fully.
Okay, colleagues, we have item number 6 on the corporate services, the 15th report of corporate services. I believe, Councillor Morgan, this is now your moment.
I believe it's Councillor Ridley's moment. Just kidding. So, item 6 was deferred because it contained the requirement for some legal advice that was requested at the committee by Councillor Usher. I'll remind colleagues that the committee never actually received an actual motion at the time. The referral for legal advice went right away and came to this council. In the interim, the Integrity Commissioner has actually produced a report making the first part of this motion irrelevant, essentially. And so the second part was really to ask for improvements, and I think that that's probably best handled at committee rather than here. So if we just receive the communication, then it would leave it open to have a discussion about improvements at a future committee in a different way, and it would allow the communication to be received. And of course, we have the report to deal with here, so asking for a report would be irrelevant. So I would move this, but with an amendment, that it be that we receive the communication.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. If you could just give me a moment here, I need to log back in on this screen. Okay, thank you. So the motion is to receive. I'm sorry, Councillor Usher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wonder if receiving is the appropriate. I would much prefer to note and file it. So could you give me some advice with respect to that?
Clerk, could you clarify what the difference between note and file and receive would be?
Through Mr. Presiding Officer, the note and file would suggest that there'd be no further action on it. It's almost a no further action clause, where I understand what the councillor is indicating. He would like it just received so that in the future there was any discussion on the remainder of it, it could occur. It's stronger than a received motion.
Well, Mr. Chair, I believe that part of the motion at least should be note and file. If we want to receive the second part or refer it back to committee, that's okay with me. But it just seemed to me that it should die, and therefore we should just note and file the first part.
It's Councillor Morgan's motion, so he will do with it. I think he appreciates your perspective, but it's his to deal with.
Given the response from the clerk, and I would seek through the chair some clarification, I usually like to keep as many options open for council as possible. We're not actually taking any action on this because it's irrelevant at this time. It doesn't preclude that we might need to take some action in the future on either part, particularly the second part. And I think just receiving would leave that open because I think a note and file, if I'm right, could potentially be interpreted as a decision of council not to be revisited within 12 months.
Thank you. Okay. Would you like to move your motion? Councillor Park has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to the clerk, I'm trying to remember when we initially hired the integrity commissioner, was part of the hiring process not to charge him with the task of looking over our code of conduct and coming back with some recommendations?
Madam Clerk?
Through Mr. Presiding Officer, that's correct. That it gives the Integrity Commissioner option to look at that and report back on any changes that he may or may not suggest.
So I'm in line with Councillor Usher's thought process, and note and filing is the appropriate thing to do at this time.
Is there a seconder for the motion that's currently on the floor? Yes. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you. I apologize, Chair. I didn't hear you say that I could ask a question or indicate. I just want to clarify what I heard from the clerk in regards to that second part of the letter and the role to propose changes. Did I hear you say it is the option of the Integrity Commissioner to do so?
Through you, Mr. Presiding Officer, yes. He would be required to report back, but one of the options would be no changes or changes to it. It would be up to them, the Integrity Commissioner, to decide that.
Okay, and further to that, through the chair, would he have the option to not look at it?
Yes, he would, but it is the council's code of conduct, so they can also make amendments to the code of conduct at any point in time as well.
Thank you. So based on that information, I see some merit in the second part of this letter in terms of having the Integrity Commissioner take a look and it be known that council supports that and would like those recommendations back. I think this is the role of the Integrity Commissioner, and it's within our purview to utilize the individual in that way.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I have no other speakers. We'll call the question.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 10-2.
Okay. What else we got? Got the report itself. Okay, so we have now the item that was on the added, which was identified as item number 5, which is the Integrity Commissioner's report. That is on the public agenda. So I will, it's not on a particular committee report at this point. So it is on the agenda and it's on the floor. And now we can speak to that. I'll be looking for a motion from a member of council, and we'll go from there. Councillor Squire, I'll acknowledge you, first speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm prepared to deal with this matter this evening, and I'm prepared to deal with it in a manner that I think is consistent and that I think is fair according to the facts and what we have received. I can indicate at the outset my motion will be the following. My motion will be to receive, and this motion will be with regard to both the mayor and the former deputy mayor, now councillor. My motion will be to receive and adopt the findings of the Integrity Commissioner as they have been received by us, and to reprimand both of them for their breaches of the council code of conduct. I think that's consistent with our duty as councillors, and I think it's consistent with our duty to the City of London. I am extremely mindful that in doing this we should not be carried away by any enmity or bad feeling or anger or anything of that nature. In fact, I bear none to anyone. But on the other hand, I cannot be swayed by sympathy or or anything like that. I think the actions have to speak for themselves. I've reviewed the finding of the Integrity Commissioner. I note that he chose not to impose a penalty, and he chose not to do that because he felt that a proposal for a reprimand, which I'm proposing, may only serve to initiate a prolonged debate over whether a reprimand should be issued and the nature of that reprimand. Well, there is, in my submission, not going to be a long debate, nor should there be a long debate. What we have is what I would term a serious breach of the council code of conduct. These were not breaches that were done in error, by inadvertence, or by lack of knowledge. They were advertent acts. To the extent that the Integrity Commissioner had no difficulty in making the findings he did on the mere evidence of the people involved and their admissions. In other words, he didn't have to go further into anything to make the findings that he did. I'm also persuaded to do this because of consistency in the future of this council. One of the things I've talked about recently is integrity, and the integrity that is imposed on all of us. If we do not renounce this behavior, if we do not say what this is, and what in fact it is, if you look at the dictionary definitions of these terms, is really to say this behavior, this is a sharp, stern disapproval in a formal way of what has happened. And I think that's exactly what we have to do. The difficulty I have is that I have to be true to the principles, and I think we all do, that we have to adhere to as public officials, and we have to adhere to our code of conduct. And it doesn't matter whether it's the Mayor of the City of London or Councillor Phil Squire or any other councillor. In fact, if I was in the situation that the Mayor is in today, I would expect the same result. If we do not do this, we are saying to our community and the people we serve that we do not consider this to be a serious matter. The Mayor is back. He will be working with us. We have to accept that, and I do accept that. But I cannot go on without at least expressing, as a councillor, and I think as an entire council, our renunciation of this. So that's the motion I'm putting forward. I may sum up at the end. I know this has been difficult for all of us, and I know it's been difficult for the Mayor, and I know it's been difficult for a lot of people, including staff. We have to do what we have to do, get past this and move on, and that's what I'm asking us to do tonight. I'm also saying debating for hours on this is not necessary at this point. We should be able to do this and move on. Those are my comments.
I thank you, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I'll be happy to second Councillor Squire's motion. I've been here for many years and been through many issues somewhat similar to this, controversial issues. Issues like this do harm to the community, to the reputation of council, to the individuals involved. In this particular case, it hurts families, I'm sure, upsets families. And I wish I wasn't standing here right now. This is one of the times I truly wish I wasn't standing here. I think that what we're about to do, if supported by council, is appropriate action. It's fair, it's reasonable in the circumstances. And I only hope that as a community, we will look at this and move on. As a council, I hope we will end this tonight and we will move on. And again, I reach out to all the parties involved that have been affected by this, and I hope that there will be a time for healing, mending, forgiving, and that they can move on. I certainly can appreciate what this has done, the media attention, both locally, provincially, nationally, and to a small degree internationally, that having that kind of attention brought to our community in this sort of situation is not a good thing. And so in any event, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other speakers at this time? Councillor Helmer?
Well, I appreciate what Councillor Squire said, and I just have to say that was a very good speech. I think it hit all the major points that need to be said, almost to the point that I thought I didn't need to say anything. But I do think it's important just to express my own personal, and every time my parents would do this with me, it was always the worst. The extent of the disappointment in both our Mayor Matt Brown and Councillor Maureen Cassidy. I think it's very important that we clearly articulate that and say that this is a very serious matter. I think the kind of penalty of the reprimand I think is very appropriate given the circumstances, and I hope that everyone will support this motion.
Okay. Other speakers? Councillor Morgan, would you take the chair, allow me to speak, please? Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for allowing me to speak for just a couple moments. And there we go. It's been a tough week. It's been a tough week for many people in the city. It's been a tough week for all of us around the Horseshoe. It's been a tough week for the Brown family and the Cassidy family. I think it's been a tough week for our city as a whole. One of the things we've worked at extensively hard over the last number of years is to get people engaged in municipal politics. And for better or worse, they're engaged. They're watching. And so they acutely feel that we are their city council. And that they and somehow we together are walking a road together, a road towards a vision that we have articulated. And they're excited about that. And so the events that we have been into over the last week, the subject of the relationship inappropriate between Mayor Brown and Deputy Mayor Cassidy has disappointed them, as it has all of us. And there's a cognitive side to that, and there's a deeply emotional side to that. Not just for us, but for the city as a whole. And so I will be supporting my colleague's motion tonight. I thought the comments of the Integrity Commissioner's report were balanced. They recognized the damage to personal relationships, to family relationships, and to the essential trust that we hold. And I have to tell you, it's been a learning week for all of us as a city, I think as individuals, and we take that with great care. And yet, I appreciate the sharp, stern disapproval. Tomorrow's a new day. It's a new day. And we as a council, and I appreciate the words of reconciliation that Councillor Squire brought. Because our role here is one of councillors. And the root of that word is the same root that we get the word reconciliation. We're to bring together the community. And while our colleagues have fully admitted and embraced the pain, the error, the mistake, we cannot allow the behavior of anyone, individual, to detract us, allow us to divide, and not accomplish what we have been put here to do, which is moving our strategic plan forward and moving forward the good work of this council and the progress and the future prosperity of our city. I know it's been tough, and I know there's been questions amongst ourselves and what's happening and all the rest of it. But let's embrace the report, the consequences of it, the reprimand, the learning, but most of all, let's also embrace our future together. I look forward to Councillor Cassidy being back in that chair. She's one of our colleagues. And we need to work to her reconciliation and restoration. And as long as I'm a member of this council, for the next 2.5 years at the very least, I will be committed to believing in the principles that we walked into this chamber with 18, 19 months ago. And I will not allow any one act to destroy our focus for the future and the priorities that we have. So those are my comments tonight, after a week that I prefer not to have had. So, Councillor Squire, thank you for your motion. Thank you for the spirit in which it was shared. And colleagues, I look forward to moving forward with all of us. Okay, we have a motion that has been moved, a motion that has been seconded. I will look for further discussion. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I thought it was worthwhile to make the distinction between actions that are inexcusable and people who are not unforgivable. And I want to thank Councillor Squire for drawing our task of dealing with this report and situation to a very eloquent conclusion. I'll certainly support his motion, and thanks again.
Do you wish to sum up?
I just want to thank my colleague for the supportive words. It's difficult, and I know it's difficult, and I particularly want to thank you for your words. And I want us to move forward, and I think we have to move forward, and that's what the purpose of this motion is and getting this done. Thank you.
Okay, with no further discussion, I'll call the question.
Councillor Turner?
She said she could get through this.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 12-0.
Okay, I'm just looking to the clerk before I turn the chair back over. Is there any deferred matters?
Here's the one. I would have to leave, Mr. Chair, relating to the issue of the deputy mayor. I had alerted my colleagues I was going to bring a motion. So.
Okay.
But I don't know if the mayor steps back into the...
It's under emergent motions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no deferred matters. Is there any inquiries? Okay, so there is an emergent motion.
And I apologize to my colleagues. This is something that I obviously learned about very late. I did send out a note this morning making you aware. I think I would have to I'll look to the clerks to get leave first to bring this motion, so I would ask for leave to bring this motion.
Okay. And so I'm going to log out and log back in. But what we'll do is look for leave. So move, seconded. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Okay. So what we'll do is call the question. As soon as we get everybody logged back in, I think Deputy Mayor Hubert and I both have to do that. Is that you? Is that Paul? I think we should be all set here, so let's open that up so we can get the mover and the seconder. If we can get that opened up, please. Now, Councillor, I'm a little confused. I've heard you just say off mic that you're looking for a deferral.
Yes, that's why I think it'll have to be changed.
And I'm just, Councillor, not sure what you're deferring. There is no motion.
No, and that was what I was confused with today. Yeah.
I see.
I don't think I'm going to defer it. I think this was brought to me today by the. Could I help?
Yeah.
Can help.
Okay, so let's just get our ducks in a row before we come up with any verbiage, because there's really nothing to defer at this time. And so I think, Councillor, if I'm right, you were thinking that a motion was coming forward today and you wanted to defer that to another meeting. Is that correct?
Right. But
And no motion has come forward.
No.
Okay. And so what is it that you'd like to accomplish?
What I was hoping to accomplish is put the entire matter of the deputy mayor over to the next SPPC meeting where it can be dealt with.
Sure.
Whatever
Okay.
way
Well,
can be
that
done.
makes sense. And so
that's what I was looking for.
So let's get leave to and then we'll deal with your motion to deal with the deputy mayor appointment at the next SPPC.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Councillor Ridley's going to rise in a point of order.
I wonder if I may be helpful here, and I recognize that there was some discussion that there may be a motion today to appoint deputy mayors. However, I believe that would go to an SPPC meeting, and therefore if someone would like that to happen at the next SPPC meeting, they could make that motion there.
Yeah, or they could do it here. And so I think since we're all here, why don't we just take care of that right now? Yeah.
This is fine. I can move
Yeah.
this motion.
Okay. So the motion is up. It's been moved by Councillor Squire, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. And let's call the question.
This is just leave.
This is leave. We're voting. And Councillor, did you want to speak to the main motion, or did you just want to? Okay. Yeah.
Very briefly.
Over to you.
The matters we've dealt with, I think, just to give us some breathing time, there's no urgency. The mayor's back. We can put this over to the next SPPC meeting, think about what we want to do, and there will be no harm done. I think it's best in the circumstances, so I'm asking us to do that.
Other speakers, Deputy Mayor Hubert, go ahead.
I will rise, and I would be pleased to second that motion. I think had the mayor not returned, there would have been some urgency, given that I don't think it's wise from a governance perspective that you have one person and no opportunity for any coverage. However, at this time, we're in good shape, so I think I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? This will bring forward that appointment of the deputy mayor at the next SPPC meeting. I don't see any additional speakers. So once that motion comes up on screen, we'll call the question. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Helmer.
Just one thing, I'm not sure how it showed up, but it says I voted no, and I wanted to vote yes, so I'm not sure.
We can correct that on the record. Motion's up, moved by Councillor Squire, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting. Okay, where are we?
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Great, thank you, Councillor Squire. Another emergent motion? Councillor Salee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to be alarmed about. It's just some housekeeping that I have to do. So I'm going to ask for leave. I don't have the motion for leave right in front of me, but it's a lot of good words.
Just before you do that, Councillor, I'm going to look for an extension of time. We're just approaching 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Go ahead, Councillor.
To the chair, so I'm looking for leave right now. I don't have the motion in the wording, so. And then
I think all of our colleagues would like to know what you're looking for leave for.
It's just a housekeeping matter. I had I didn't declare pecuniary interest on something, so we just had for a reconsideration on that one particular vote that happened previously.
Perfect. Okay, it's up on screen now. You can move that. We'll look for a seconder. Moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
And on the main motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure if I can move the main motion because I have a pecuniary interest on the main motion. Reconsideration, sorry. So yes, let's move the reconsideration.
So let's deal with the reconsideration now. Moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, colleagues, let's now deal with that reconsideration. So we'll vote again, and you can recuse yourself. Yeah. And you're welcome to state the reason. I think you already did, but if you want to, just for the record, go ahead and do it again.
It's just recusing myself as I recognize after driving by that it's part of it's owned by the Department of National Defense.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 12-0.
Okay, any additional emergent motions? There are none. Let's move on to bylaws. So we'll deal with, I don't know if there are any conflicts in the bylaws today that we need to call separately. None have been identified. So we'll deal with the bylaws within your agenda. We have two added bylaws, Bill 256 and Bill 257 as well. So that's, we'll deal with Bill 232 through to 257. Let's look for first reading when it comes up on screen. First reading, moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Turner. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Councillor Helmer. Closing the vote, and the motion carries 13-0.
And second reading, any debate? Any speakers? Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Park. And let's call the question. Colleagues, I'll note that it says 257 and 257. It's just a typo that will get cleaned up when the minutes are prepared.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
Okay, and third reading. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Ridley. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 13-0.
And colleagues, just before we call for adjournment, I didn't have an opportunity to say just after the vote. I'll take the time now. I certainly accept the reprimand. I accept the comments that were made. I accept the criticisms. And I recognize that there needs to be a good deal of work that needs to be done moving forward to rebuild trust. I know that I've had an opportunity to speak with many of you personally. I look forward to the opportunity to speak with those that I haven't had a chance to at this time. But I thank you for the way that you've dealt with this. I take full responsibility for the matter, and I'm working very hard to repair the damage that's been caused by my actions. And I want to thank you for the way that you dealt with this today. I want to thank you for the comments that you shared with me publicly and privately. And I am very much looking forward to the next 2.5 years to working together, to making sure that we're driving our strategic agenda forward, that we're building a better city, and that we're able to focus on the work of council as we move forward in the weeks, months, and years to come. So with that, I'd look for a call for adjournment, please. Moved by Councillor Usher, seconded by Councillor Turner. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Thanks very much. We'll see you very soon.